There. All right. Hey, what's good? Okay, we're good. We're good. We're very good. We're so good that I guess I squeezed enough memory somehow out of my computer to get OBS working tonight. So, yay, I get to have my format for a little bit while longer, and I don't have to fucking wrestle with Streamlabs right now. Thank God. I had no idea it was gonna work. Then I figured out what was wrong with it. Because then it got working and the video was all screwed up. Then I was able to adjust the resolution because I had the resolution backwards. I had it set for mobile broadcast only, and I don't even do dual broadcasts like that. So anyway, we're here. I'm taking this one so seriously that I'm wearing the Emperor shirt. I'm not even going chestless on this one, right? So I've been saying that Candace Owens has been kind of doing a whole lot to be, to kind of like be very embarrassing to the right? Because I've been saying it, and I stand by it that I think, her place on her platform for jumping the shark at her level is kind of wild. Like, it's one thing for me to jump the shark with this full breadth of where I come from, right? Living in the conspiracy verse and trying to bring that to life, right? The things that were off the rails, other than the general accusations against Erica Kirk and Israel, do not show up in this debate. So do not expect during this debate, because I actually had a chance to listen to the whole thing, because I listened to it at like 1.5, which is wild because Candace talks really fast anyway, but I was able to follow her. And I kind of want to run it at 1.5 tonight because it's 4 fucking hours. It'll be less than that regardless because we're going to skip over the breaks. There's just a handful of breaks. They're not very long. So, you're maybe like scaling back like 15 minutes in that respect. So hopefully we won't be here much longer than 3 hours. But it's okay because, it's just like the video's going to do most of the talking. All right, so we don't get into time travel. We don't get into any of the fictional type of stuff. There's so many interesting things that are said here, all right? Everything about this debate is going to have people doing what they always do in their debate. The guy I preferred to win won the debate, and yada, 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 because on Candace's part, it's like, okay, you have issues with my claims, and you are confused about what I say on my show that are not claims within my standards of how I like to talk about the things I think about, right? And she's just defending her ability to fucking share where her inferences, her speculations are going. Inference is a big word that's used here, right? Andrew was not prepared to debate to challenge any of the facts of her claims. As far as Andrew is concerned, he's just gonna dismiss all her claims and make it sound a certain way. I don't know. So that being said, let me predicate something. I don't know Andrew Wilson from a hole in the ground. He seems like he sucks as a human fucking being, as far as anybody I would find likable in any way, shape, or form. And he seems to lack personality, other than to fucking be really dedicated to this snarking, sniveling kind of tone of voice he has right here. It's just like, the way he fucking talks is just like, you've got the frequencies and that's the frequencies of this debate, right? And I think that the frequencies that they are emitting, this is me giving you my empathic, intuitive on all this shit, because there needs to be some primer here, right? Because although I am going to be on Candace's side during this reaction because I've watched it already and I've had a lot to think about, I am going to predicate things with the elephants in the room. such as who is your daddy and what does he do. Candace Owens' father is associated with security detail that was established at Sandy Hook. I believe security detail from before the shooting, just because Sandy Hook is for high profile finance world families' children, right? I went to Sandy Hook earlier this year. There's footage of me at the memorial, which is open to the public. The school grounds are now a fucking, like a corporate fucking security system with like a full wall, an armed guard at a gate, the whole 9 yards, right? Those kids are on highly protected ground. That school, they're like, that's every school that's had a shooting outside. Like, only Sandy Hook has been treated like this. But then again, only Sandy Hook in our modern era has been under scrutiny like this by certain kinds of people. I want you to understand that when it comes to Sandy Hook, I was out there on Revolution Radio in 2012, a couple weeks before somebody called InfoWars and had Alex talk about it for a short period of time that got him nailed to the cross for shit that I and Jim Fetzer and a handful of other people were saying across the independent fucking media of 2012. I've been here for a long fucking time, motherfucker. That's right. I have 14 years of fucking experience without the fucking budget to show for it, because I am amongst the broken people trying to make a difference on the internet. And so fuck you and your judgment of how my personal responsibilities are turning out now. I am the product of the failures you keep ignoring, such as our Robert Maxwell indoctrination system we just simply called American education since the 90s. Okay? And people still don't want to fucking talk about those implications, which actually matter to you. Instead, they just want to know about what matters in affecting who sits in the Oval Office, and justice for the crimes done doesn't matter. See how this fits in certain logic loops, because the left and MAGA have certain programs that are protecting guilty people, and I'm amongst the people that doesn't even truly believe Trump is guilty. Because I'm sorry, everything looks like a deep fake that shows an alleged clear confirmation of Donald Trump. I've seen altered footage where some of these victims' arms are like going through each other, because obviously it's either AI or two superimposed images. You can go, if you fucking pay closer and closer attention to any of the videos, even some of the pictures, you will see the artifacts that show any rational person, right? And so the gaslighting, the most important thing they do in gaslighting is with this stuff they doctor, that they put the best work into. If it looks that good, they're going to put a big investment in gaslighting you on the psyop of convincing you of its authenticity, which is exactly what prosecuting attorneys that don't care about truth and justice are going to do, right? And that is what Candace Owens is up against with this sniveling guy who is, who did the Tyler Robinson definitely did it, let's trust the FBI and everything, that we don't care about how Utah criminal justice works. Let's just all trust that. And Andrew Wilson's argument is that the authorities have got it all figured out. It's so absurd. Don't you understand that the authorities figured this out already? Why do you not believe the authorities? And then when she begins explaining it properly, I hear her begin like with the right, like she was very smart, and he entrapped himself many times because she never defended anything that wasn't a claim. Meaning that if he brought up fucking all that weird shit, you know, so most of the debate is going to be about her integrity and the way she thinks in general. Trying to basically, he's attacking her epistemology. You see, Candace Owens has a different epistemology. She actually demonstrated a trivium process to which she's drawing her certain conclusions and I was impressed that she didn't embarrass herself. In other words, I don't feel like she embarrassed me in how I also agree that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. I mean, if he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, then maybe he's guilty of something. I'm not saying he's not guilty of something, but you're tracking more than just one person by the logic of who they say is Tyler Robinson in every frame, none of which have confirmatable faces other than ones that have been digitally enhanced and not the original high definition source. Because when they do digital enhancement, whether it's, you know, if it's, especially if it's done by AI assistance, it can make some inferences on its own as a technology. Okay, anyway, that's been enough of a fucking primer. Let's get somewhere with this. Kaboom. Let me make sure the speed is up. Let's turn subtitles on. Whoops. English auto-generated. We'll see how funny they want to be about this. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. I'm not following Candace Owens much. I think she's suspect. I'm not going to necessarily support what she does with herself since this, and what she will do with herself as and after this trial. I brought it right up to the start. Should be right here. Yeah. 1 second. I put it at 1.5, right? Yeah.
See that too.
There
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, you know, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on something, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible, I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say fact check this. Even if folks in the back can say fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media.
Okay. So also, by the way, little things that I'm gonna help you think about. That right there in his opening thing, where you know, overwhelming evidence and what his definition of overwhelming evidence is, which is like how convincing it is. He will. You're gonna hear him go round robin when he gets pushback from Candace. You know, Candace won't let him interrupt her, but also she will let him grill her harder on the questions, and like absolutely zero phases her. I'm sure she's gonna give all credit to Jesus for that. Okay. and probably Charlie and Charlie's guardian angel. But anyway.
Yeah, destruction of memorials and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. And the conspiracy caught on.
All right, so he's bringing that up, right? But he's not talking about what Candace Owens has said about Israel and Charlie Kirk. He's going with what... See, like, he's already presuppositing that Candace is just trying to be in the conversation with the anti-Zionist people, right? That's where she's going with it, right? Ooh, I don't even want to spoil. Let's just say he invokes a name, and I laughed really hard.
On like wildfire, this theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date there has...
So the contradiction to his entire manner in which he frames his argument against her as this goes on is to say that it's not okay that she can have a conspiracy theory about something. He believes that that it's not okay for her to have this, right? So does that mean it's not okay to have a conspiracy theory about JFK, right? Like, that's how retarded his argument effectively is, right? He's trying to crucify her for going into speculation on top of her journalism because she's exploring the story because of what just happens to be in Charlie Kirk's orbit that we don't even think about. Or that we thought about, but not in a structured way, and there was an assumption of perhaps good faith.
Hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me in a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never-before-seen messages from Charlie Kirk to security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been.
Right, but Charlie didn't know that there was a plot against him at that campus. He just knows that wherever he goes, there are liberals that do not understand him and hate him. Right? Most of the fucking horrendous things he said was just horrendously... It was the way it was said and a lot of the contextualization, because he pulls from a lot of certain kinds of statistics and things to back up where his beliefs are coming from, right? And, he can follow certain rational logic and protocols. He appealed to many men who considered themselves secular but very moral, or perhaps more leaning atheist but moral, or something like he made an appeal, like, because despite all the Jesus stuff, also, like, whether you loved him or hate him, yeah, he would go out there, and even if his life was never in danger, just listen to how he handled being verbally attacked and everything else. It's just the fact that it at the very least was just a demonstration that we have raised a generation of incredibly uncivilized liberals as what was almost the main of this country, right? And hopefully we're flipping that around, right? And I'm not trying to shut out fucking liberalism, because that's going to go horribly.
But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler's not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple...
Just keep in mind, Candace Owens' quote theory is that the state actually doesn't have a case. And burden of proof is on the claimant, right? Because he is inventing that she made a claim that she didn't make. That's going to be a big part of this, that she patiently explains a few times until she is certain she doesn't have to explain it again, and then she pushes back. She does it, like, she handles it fucking well. At the very least, like, was she gate programmed too? Is that why her and Charlie were so tight? Because they were on the same, like, fucking verbal jujitsu level?
Confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like.
And he fights so hard for something that he's only convinced of. He's only convinced, right? He's putting a whole way of thinking on the line. This is about putting a way of thought on the line. That's what this debate is actually about. Charlie Kirk is just a pretense, because these two don't have the same epistemology of coming to knowledge and wisdom. And say what you will about Candace Owens, compared to him, she's tapping the holy fucking grail.
But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me
I don't like the way that she fucking does certain things, and this is where he has a little bit of a point that I agree with. Because, like I said, the shark jumping aspect of where she goes, right? You know, it's cool that she is letting all of the guys way down the rabbit hole know that she's paying attention and understands all of our esoteric conspiracy theories that are related to the Jewish conspiracy, because it's related to the conspiracy of globalism to take over the world, which is a conglomeration of communists and capitalists, because both of them hate the fucking free market the way this guy hates Candace Owens' free speech.
$300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and I will just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience.
She just skips the
we've been covering this
preamble.
case. People know that
That's
there
how
was a
much she
personal friendship
fucking is ready
between
to
me and
go.
Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo, and that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk. But nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slap. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
All right.
Zero.
She just accused him to his face of being sent by TPUSA and Erica Kirk, and he didn't refute either of those things, dismissed them as statements, and then moved on, right? He plays that well, and I have no idea if Candace can can fully back the claim. Maybe I probably missed something. I was like running around shopping. It was in my earpiece while I was listening to this on the 1.5x and stuff, right? So therefore the but like, you know, so she's preambled a conspiracy into this debate that he is a TPUSA asset, which means she thinks he's a Mossad asset is effectively what she's fucking worried about, right? Because you know, she's taking her investigation seriously, and she chooses to report on where her mind is going as she's looking at everything. She will say X, Y, and Z things I have said here are going to be up for debate because I don't know. You'll see. Watch.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, you know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30.
She says stuff like this throughout the interview, which is actually consistent because, like, you know, she's on trial for having so much content in the realm of the what ifs, right? Which is what they fucking crucified Alex Jones for, which was something that I did, but nobody gave a fuck. So this is why debates like this matter to me, because I am the same victim that she is. Or at least as postured to be. So I feel it important to do this, because my history is interlaced with the deep unconscious of the Sandy Hook debate.
Yeah, 6.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Penguin, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
Now, he's asking her, like, I don't watch her show enough, but I'm going to imagine that when she made those claims on her show, she probably fucking said, I talked to the owner of the restaurant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just said it right here, right? She wouldn't have, unless she wasn't going to say it then. But no, like, probably, because there's no issue. He's not saying, oh, well, why didn't you say that? It's like, a question like that can almost be like he's trying to test her fucking memory to see how, what tactic is going to fucking get her. Now, I want you to also keep an eye on his foot as this interview goes. Like, can I get a metronome on this fucking thing?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so rather than starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, like we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch?
If I remember, I think she does respond to the ballistics because she's prepared. This motherfucker was not prepared. He just thought that his reality checked out, and he's asking the questions based on all of the fucking assumptions he's ever fucking known. Right? Because he doesn't. That's it. His standard is just his everyday shit. Right?
Watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the
His strategy was to let her talk because she sounds like an idiot. Right? That was his fucking strategy. He didn't care. But because vampires can't reflect, he wasn't prepared to deal with the pushback. I mean, he handled it, I guess, the best way that this guy handles it. I mean, he didn't lose his composure, I suppose, but he's very fucking annoying.
Testimony
He's
that was
one of
given
those
by
kinds of
the
debaters.
Caitlin Oliver,
You'll
the
see.
ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence
I
to me.
concur. I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
Logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay, and for how many years?
many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I.
Okay, so think about that for 5 seconds. His wife 15 years ago doesn't understand his husband's job and doesn't care to represent his husband's job properly. Sorry, bro. That is not a woman who loves you. That's sad. You're pathetic.
Taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Garner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with the point
No,
in
I'm not
time.
done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to
Well,
it,
I
I
wanna
want to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample,
So these are all researchable points. You can ask yourselves, is all this admissible evidence? Will all this be admitted by... Will the defense take this? What if the defense doesn't use any of this and nobody answers for why they would not do that? Because that would make the trial a kangaroo court kind of thing, right? Are we going to sit here... Are we going to reach the O.J. Simpson moment with this trial? Are we going to sit there and you're going to be judged on a certain level within your own country for how you think that turned out, right? Like naturally we want to, we all have our strong feelings and opinions about these things, right? What level of fracturing are we going through? Are we going to hold together as a country over implications like like tipping the barrel in what certain meanings of justice are, right? You know, because I want you to understand that I've been working real hard on trying to figure several things out, right? There are a lot of incredible women that I know, right? And but sometimes I wonder how much, like, there's a lot of things that just fucking scare me way more about the consensus of women, right? Because women are consensus. The consensus only exists in the universe of women.
It's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints, and among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched, you could have DNA on something that you've never touched, and to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah, so let's get into all three of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, you think there could be debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made a claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, first let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not possible.
And by the way, I'm going to point out what I do find as a point of contention is because the degraded fingerprints means one thing as far as it's Tyler's prints, which you would expect because we're analyzing his gun. The other prints that are crystal clear, if those are the prints of people that were planning on using that gun as a setup, why would they incriminate themselves by leaving material that that forensics on a high level is going to want to fucking deal with? Which would ask us the question, why would somebody go out of their way to set up those particular people with their DNA prints? Or were they just full of great hubris that they will be protected? And maybe they will be protected. I just don't want them to get away with the agenda. Right? Because whatever the hell's going on, that's their fucking business, to be straight with you, right? But the way that this affects our world matters. The way it characterizes culture, that it talks to us about what's at stake, everything, right? This is a big effect on everybody. This has probably been one of the most important arguments that I've seen about Charlie Kirk's death.
Possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang on.
it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to
that's
explain
the
it.
case.
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
So
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation for
that
that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that
Right, exactly. I've dealt with people that have argued with me in the exact same way, right? they're pretending that they have the authority to dismiss the question, which was predicated on him invoking his authority as a acknowledged gunsmith, former member of the NRA, former member of the... He's a fucking guy he's a retired warrior. So, yeah, he's qualified. He's supposed to be qualified. And he's dismissing it. This is the weird fucking universe that all of these fucking gunshot fucking conspiracy theories come from, where ballistics never matter. And everybody will fucking ignore you about the meaning of ballistics. And you, as a fucking ordinary person, will check it out pretty well before you even ask a question, because you know you don't want to fucking sound like that much of an idiot and waste that much people's time over such a high fucking math, high physics fucking inquiry with 20 million variables and you don't even have the answers to all the fucking variables. So yeah, it doesn't matter how qualified you are with that many variables. So you have to say, I don't know. And if he said, I don't know, then the debate is over.
What it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints?
finish my
I
statement?
just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
Okay,
this was
just to let you know, he gets worse and worse and worse as this interview. That's not an interview; it's a debate, right? Crucible guy, you know, he's probably doing shit in the backdrop because he's got to keep an ear with the 6 people on team plus his own staff running camera and shit. Unless it's Candace's staff doing that, and then all he has to do is moderate the debate. Hey, listen, man, this was worth it for $500,000.
portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during a trial.
How would that
Look, the simple thing is that this guy can't fucking look at those claims and say, well, because I don't know, I should at least consider this, so that way I can open my mind to debate about it, right? He's not opening his mind to debate about it, you see, right? He has to, he just wants to stopgap by appeal to the world that he knows that doesn't have to fucking back anything up.
Tie into the idea that he's a patsy.
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson.
Is that so he can't believe that whoever was setting him up as the patsy could take the kid's gun and put it in a place established for whatever mark would have relayed the information about how they found it and all that stuff. Just like it's like it would have been way easier for a small team to do this and get away than one guy to get away. Campus security didn't go after the dude GTFOing with the weird limp.
As an heirloom, I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know,
Okay.
like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations, and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the Patsy part? if I can't
I'll
get to the end of the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
so
the
that
Patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in
He
the barrel
just
because he
sits
doesn't
there
often
and
shoot his weapon.
he's trying to infer. I'm saying that doesn't get said here precisely, but inference will come up. You know, that she doesn't have like points or something, like he keeps cutting her off while she's right in the middle of explaining all this stuff that you can actually cite. But for him, it's like pedantic or something, right? But you know, this is the meat of a. It's just like, I don't know about you, but as I understand it, as a man, like, you know, like, if you're a man who cares about how something works, you get into how it works. Like a guy who loves cars, he fucking wants to look under the hood and have a conversation about the hood, and you know, and don't have like a shut me down debate about shit that I know, right? And so he can have all this fucking experience about things, but that experience about things doesn't matter if he's not doing his own research on the case the way journalists are supposed to. And that's her journalist side, right? Even if it's fed information, it's facts you can go fucking look up. He's not presenting anything about the crime scene, the situation, and the perps that you can go look up. His worldview is just that, like, the FBI is a trustable entity that figured this all out. And that's his argument.
And he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also could
places.
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I'm doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the
Well,
preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in your
that
opening statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
This is a huge point. This
I
is,
wanna-
this is
well,
crazy
we
that
can
you
call
don't know
for
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well, we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling.
Okay, hold on. If the vertebrae was broken, then the coroner lied about him having a magical skeleton that saved lives. Really? Granted, it still didn't pass through, and so they're still saying it didn't pass through. Right? It's just it's several levels of retarded. Okay.
That up for
Okay,
it.
and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to shoot her. Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same
no,
way.
See, just because he wants to believe she's wrong, he can't let her finish the sentence because he's got that obnoxious thing that they do in with these pundit types, which is to talk over you, right? And so this is just kind of like the way it goes, right? There's going to be some level of agreement. That she would have complained that the dude doing this managing debate's not treating her right, but he does, and this is also Candace, showing how hard she can take it and hold her ground.
No, I
You
didn't
got
get to
Tyler
just shoot her
Robinson.
from that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I agree
trial,
they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's-
don't
no,
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that your entire brand of saying
You see how he keeps trying to frame it in his understanding and basically try to force her to agree with him over something that isn't based on rational thought, other than, the world is right and you are wrong, little delusional grifter, right? That's what he's trying to project here, right? Instead of like allowing instead of her argument on trial, her integrity is on trial. That's what he's trying to do, and she is not gonna let him derail her.
you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102, it is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
no, but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the graded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact,
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just making literally making stuff up. So here's
I'm
what
not
the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
making stuff
this.
up. I'm
Have
saying
rule 1102
that I
just
think you
one.
could
I
pull
just
that up.
pulled
Pull
out
that up.
how you
I am
get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did.
Okay.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Right, if she was just making stuff up, then all Andrew would have to say is, well, the audience is going to look this stuff up. So if you really want to stand on that, right? And the problem is that he doesn't want to sit there and in one or two ways say, okay, let's hear out how this goes from this way to that way, right? Just because he doesn't want at any point to sound like he believes her about anything, which that's his insecurity, right? And there's a lot of people where it's a world of, I don't like you unless I hear you saying the same shit out of your mouth as me, right? And this is why certain people can't get along, because they need people to, do things a certain way, be a certain way, believe in a certain thing, and then eventually there's nothing between you anymore, because you know, their life is about daily prayer and your life is about daily ritual, right?
Can you describe to the audience what
Yes.
1102
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a
Never made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration of, to give you, that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay?
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
It is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is
Great, but we're
describing,
asking you
that he
now.
is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they
just-
are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's
All
irrelevant.
right, so he's trying to pretend that a violation of debate protocol was breached, you know, because he's supposed to have a right to be rude. You know, I heard him say in a clip just before this debate that I am not a nice man, but I am kind. I have said that. He is not being kind to her. He's being very insulting to her personally. It's one thing to rip the jugular out of an idea. It's another thing to have no respect for your opponent. It's a mark of your character.
I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can you
Robinson.
walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a
So
fact.
did you hear that? That literally was a walkthrough of an inference. It was a perfect demonstration of how that is an inference by the fact that there was never the validation of the report. The news agency reported and that because that was just the crime in progress. They were letting people know that, like, oh, here's some stuff that the FBI believes is true. That's all that it is. And the FBI, just like individual human beings, are allowed to make mistakes and get things wrong as long as they do not fraud the people via the government,
When you show a blurry image, which you kept saying,
via the courts in particular, or any hearing, especially oath hearings in Congress, so on and so forth.
citing that we
No,
have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the
but
inverse.
that's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get to the
People that think like him is why everybody gets away with murder, you realize. Imagine this guy was the chief of fucking police telling his lead investigator not to fucking follow the evidence. Thankfully, because Candace is a journalist and a reporter, and her information is coming from things, like, is based on certain things that she can validate. She's talking about things that she can validate. And she can talk about things that can be easily invalidated by the fact of the anomalies of the evidence that Andrew refuses to see. So she is fighting a gaslighting.
inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so
if,
we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there's more evidence that he has set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom,
Yeah.
right? To say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it, and they've not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a
fact
fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I
the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question: how did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh wow, what a scientific! They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence.
Correct. Like the car, that is an inference. Right? Like everybody knows that like they've reduced the variety of car colors, car shapes, and you know, there's several kinds on the market of like two cars that are two different kinds of years apart. Like, you have to validate that. If you're talking about a guy who did a preempted planned thing, maybe he fucking fucked with the VIN number of his vehicle. Maybe he swapped the license plates. Maybe he fucking got a detail job done on the car to change its tint. Right? I'm not saying that happened, but I'm just saying that if you don't look, you don't know. Right? Andrew assumes that everything was looked at. That's the only reason why people want an open and shut case. They want an open and shut case because they get more mileage out of, putting another notch on a leftist psycho. And it doesn't matter who shot him. It's the people that celebrated his death. That's all you actually needed for that. You can let this go and give it to justice.
That these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea that
their
on a
clothes?
college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same
I'm not
people
sure in
because they're
context,
both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You can
is,
get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if we're
called-
utilizing inferences, whenever we're
Hold on a second. He jumped off the roof of a building in Converses? That's gonna fucking hurt. He didn't fucking get, regular sneak, well, maybe the Converses were. Aren't Converses like the flat-footed things? I don't know, I'm not a shoe guy. Right? I need a shoesmith to answer this question. We got the gun expert over here. Where's the shoe guy to tell me about the shock absorption of Converse soles? That's how crazy do we want to get? How crazy? Look, no, that's not even worth it. I'm just saying that like I would have at least wore my Loa boots, which is a German company that supplies boots to the IDF, by the way. I know this because I worked at their warehouse here in the United States for a couple months. It's good company, good people there.
We're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference. We're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't
So
do
when
that.
I never, that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find
Yes.
this tweet where he lists.
Hold on. He says he wants her logical inferences, but then dismisses everything she says as an inference. It's just like, you asked for her fucking inference. You fucking colossal twat. He doesn't, like, he's gotta be a narcissist. He's gotta be. To be this not worried about how dumb his logic sounds just because he can say it like that. He may have once been a smart man, but the more and more that you appeal to the consensus reality, the stupider you become. Which may explain how he got a wife that doesn't understand his job.
the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it? Or no?
No, I
Did you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for, he said
Unless I
it was his
misspelled.
car, it was his, it was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going on.
she has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Fantastic. Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5 seconds ago, you should
you
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
Okay, see, he wants to just simply say, well, that doesn't fit the definition of exhaustive, meaning that he's just dismissing everything she says. It's not a debate. It's him there to sit there and just dismiss what he says and assume the world's going to agree with him. Just because, he thinks he looks good saying the stupid shit.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you're
I'm
wrong.
not.
You're supposed to say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
Ask
evidence
you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that.
I wasn't worried about your health. Yeah, we really don't care if you live or die. You're kind of a piece of shit.
I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that
There's
I said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the.
You are doing nothing but interrogating her position. Well, interrogating her on her position instead of fucking going after the details, the facts, the logic of the position. It's just dismissal. There's literally no respect for one idea in her head coming from him. And he thinks that this is a great success, right? Which I'm pretty sure he's a fucking sexist pig for what he says coming up, right? Granted, I am sure he is surrounding himself by the wrong kind of women. I surround myself by very few women because there's very few that have the character that is to my standard.
The hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not what
debate
you
claim.
said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
That's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not
right?
exhaustive.
I feel like
Sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
I never said it was
Okay,
exhaustive.
go
Even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to go right back at you, because for
Yes,
some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to explain
theorists.
to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because, A, Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it
pull
was
that up?
Yeah,
If
I-
you may.
Right. Now, if you heard that right there, she made a little interruption on him when he had a pregnant pause to speak. And just, simply corrected real quick one thing in a way that was not to argue. And she's trying to wrap it up to let him finish.
May have
I
it.
think
If
that's
I
by the
can
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some,
on the staircase?
that he had some, maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance- sorry,
there's,
go
hang on,
ahead,
hang
you're
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. Or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
either.
because they interviewed him
Hey guys,
on September 11th.
So my ballistics expert, thanks Dad. He just asked me to make sure I made the facts just about right to refresh his memory, because my dad hunts with the same kind of soft tip 30-06 bullet heads that are in contention here, or he used to. He's kind of retired from that and whatnot. Although I'd love to go hunting again someday. Take me to freaking wherever. Yeah, so he was explaining that no, it wouldn't go through.
It will go through.
Oh no, it will go through.
It will go through. I have never recovered one from a dealer.
Never
that
recovered.
went through.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, will. Yeah, okay, will. Yes, that was the whole point. That was the whole point. Yes, it will, even with the soft tip, that's still gonna go through a human vertebrae. And I said maybe 100 yards. Like if it was further away, in case I don't know the ballistic numbers on the ring.
100 yards, it would still go through. 200 yards, it would go through.
200 yards it would go through. I'm pretty sure that we're not doing any further than 200 yards here for Campus Square, right?
Right.
Yeah, because you're talking about like less than a football field or maybe a football. Well, anyway, all right. So yes, so 30-06. It's not possible with the soft tip round from a hunter. By the way, this guy debating Candace Owens, he was a military infantryman of some sort. I forgot what it was. It wasn't important on that level. But also he was a member of the NRA and a gunsmith, he says. And he's still defending the 30-06 claim. Listen, my dad doesn't get into, like, camps in politics, right? And, he's not down the rabbit hole like me, and, we just don't talk about it because it's too weird. But anyway, but just on practical terms, you know, like, I don't even, like, he doesn't even talk about whether he thinks it was Israel or not. It's just that that's just a plain, like, gun thing, and my dad is a conservative man. He's always voted Republican here, right? And I just find all of this interesting.
It's a soft point.
Here we go. Thank you. That's 30-06 or just a soft point?
That's a 30 caliber, which goes to 30-06.
Yeah.
08.
Thank you. Thank you. So here you go. That's what it is. That's what it is, right?
That's just the part that comes out.
Yeah, and it's gonna leave a much bigger hole. Like if I just stabbed a man with something this thick, it would leave a hole in the neck like Charlie. But a smaller bullet is gonna make a hole about the size that a hole like this would make, because it was a small hole in his neck. Like that's the other thing where it's just like, no, not 30-06. It's just they do these insults to the, I don't know, thousands at least of fucking, like, you know, armed men in America that know ballistics because they're regular shooters, or just into it from, like, crime shows and shit like that. That, like, there's such a brain dead level of the public, it's fucking scary. It is terrible how much we do, like I really hope that voters don't fucking forget this kind of thing.
And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him.
Oh, Dad, and I want you to destroy that bullet because it's got my genetic residue on it now, okay?
As soon as I fire it, it'll be destroyed.
Thank you.
But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skylar,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay.
All right, look at this. This is my freaking index finger. Okay? Like, now the cartridge is not going to the target, but just understand the power behind that much gunpowder behind that projectile. All right? This is the fun stuff you can hopefully kill a bear with. Mm-hmm. Hopefully. I'd go way bigger for a bear.
Yes.
But I would have to just take that rifle if, you know, because that's all I got if I'm going to go for a walk in the woods with bears.
If that's the smallest I would take for a bear.
Right.
The 30-06, 165
Yes.
grain.
Yes. And when I go to Appalachia, I'm going to need something for Wendigos.
Okay.
I'll get a priest. It'll be all right. Well, I'll actually get a shaman, but my dad's Catholic, so I have to tell him that. Wait, I am a mystic. But anyway...
Literally said to you, it's not an oath. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay, I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay.
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so
he
the
didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
He said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like you're
scientific.
backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the
it
case?
was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How many
that-
times did you,
yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes,
preliminary
there's
hearing.
gonna be hearsay,
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write
things
this
are not-
statement?
Now, I'll say this much. I don't know how fair this concept of a hearsay from what their 1102 does. I don't know how many states have anything like that. But what I am going to say is that, like everything else, it's all about what you think it means and what is said in the content of the proceedings.
Not in
Statements.
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So it
But even
doesn't-
a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct,
Yeah.
right? What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not what
find
you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited.
So, instead of explaining his own words, he just says, well, I said a lot of shit on Twitter. That's like somebody who says, well, they say in the Bible, and then they respond saying, well, yeah, this is a lot in the Bible, right? That's always a classic. Yeah, they say a lot, which means like, don't open up that can of worms because I am gonna dump a horror show that I read back in the day.
Limited now to 240 characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, there's something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me
Yes,
answer that question.
yes,
okay,
that's
what
what
do
I
you?
was
Okay,
saying,
go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop
Yeah,
you guys
let's
in the
end
middle
it
of it.
on
So
what
would
you
you like
find
to
to
do?
be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys,
All right.
for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a
Hang
small
on.
village just outside of Jerusalem.
Let's go right here, and we're back.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI, for those of you that are watching the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a
novelist.
Helldivers player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being
yeah.
is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written.
So remember when I said watch his foot? Like, see, that's what I'm telling. Like, he starts getting more and more anxious.
By Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But,
Now,
but hang on.
I said
Let
parking
me
aside-
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this. Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel...
Now, look, you see, right, and this is the problem with this guy is you know, he wants to pick apart anything that, like what he's effectively doing is he's trying to kill mystical thinking. Will the feet... Hi, Mermaid Moxie. Welcome to the channel. Don't know you. The foot may be a bit distracting, sure. But it's just that it's a tell, right? Now, most of this foot stuff is just normal, like, look at me. Like, I'm the last guy that wants to do a debate because Aries is, you know, like, because I'm an Aries. So, you know, and I like my life without assault charges. You know, because for me, that level of stupidity is unfucking believable. I mean, granted, it's probably nothing to worry about if I wanted to dedicate to the details, right? You know, if I knew what Candace Owens knows, I would fucking be totally down because I'd be able to sit there in my authority too. But yeah, but you know, he's ultimately, I guarantee you that he has like very little space for intuition outside of, I don't know, anything where he just wants to talk off the cuff instead of on the record, right? You know, it's just like half the things I say publicly are off the cuff, the other half are on the record, and then he gets to pick and choose which ones those are as it justifies him in the debate. I'm probably not going to believe him.
Feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Like, you switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, you know, see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't you
of.
think Fed slop's a
but
buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I
How
said,
do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside,
Okay.
just your general intuition, sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence.
Everybody knows that with proper authorization, the FBI can get the fucking phone companies to open up his phone as part of like search warrants, discovery, et cetera, et cetera.
So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay, so then the idea here is
Now remember, she uses the word convince, and that means, don't you feel like there's overwhelming lack of evidence, effectively? Aren't you convinced that the validity of identifying the persons sending the text is unsubstantiated? Are you capable of saying details of the case are doubtful? The problem is he doesn't doubt most of these fucking things. It does not look good for his judgment if you fucking care.
reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age.
I'm pretty sure pot is still, like, fairly illegal in Utah or something. Granted, that was a college campus, so maybe, certain rules in the cities. But, you know, like, that makes it valid if you're talking about crimes in Utah.
And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide, and okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass the sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that.
Another thing I'll say is, if per chance Tyler is maybe has autism, maybe whatever psychic driving on this autist was done. Because remember, so many people have autism. Autism has gotten people in these modalities of mind. And these modalities of mind are informing, especially through women of consensus. This is what makes Candace, interesting. Right? To be such a voice that breaks with those consensuses. Consensuses. Did I make that up? I'm not claiming that word, by the way. But I like it, so I'm going to use it.
The state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put.
Oh, Mermaid, you're saying Texas too, probably about weed legality. I'm told that's not the case, though. Like, I'm friends with Robert Phoenix, and I listen to his show, and I can ask him directly. But I believe that he said that when the laws passed, it didn't affect his CBD company. It's not his company, but the one that does the thing, right? Because I think they only went after synthetic THC. Like, they only ended up going after like the bad stuff, allegedly. I don't know how legal it was to begin with before this, but I didn't hear very bad things from Robert because the company's still doing good, apparently. Correct, weed. They just banned THCA. I don't know about THCA. I'm here in Connecticut where I can just drive across town and there's some really good bud for really great prices. And it's not even a medical place. Although we have those too. Okay, if you want to look that up for me real quick, I want to focus on this. What's the difference between A and P? And is that what normal getting high weed is?
Put him into a house, safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
You got to watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
prosecution
prosecution
did. What you're doing is a cool story.
It's not cool. You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
And Andrew just thinks that the feds, Andrew just, the Fed gave us a cool story too, and Andrew just favors that. And, he doesn't think he has to defend his position because, he thinks that he's just backing up the Fed's argument, and he thinks that they have the superior argument.
Cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this...
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media, that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said with mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through in fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents. Because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews. But also, the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging documents, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying...
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why wouldn't the parents...
Because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going...
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. It doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty...
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to address
evidence,
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
yeah.
We don't know that the
I
parents.
didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And
that
I'm
that's
saying
true.
it's a charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the
Like every time he makes one of his little rebuttal statements, he can't back up his own rebuttal statement, but he just believes his team can bring it up, right? Candace almost has nothing she needs to do. She just has her facts straight, right? You know, whether she's wrong or right, she's prepared properly with what she's been going with. You can look at it and say, oh yeah, she got all the facts, etc., X, Y, and Z.
charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that.
Thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal.
The problem is that he is nitpicking every dispute. He disputes something. She responds to the dispute, and then he disputes something within the response before she can finish it. And then he's using that so he can avoid accountability for her being able to fucking actually explain it in a way that a rational human being could have a real conversation if they weren't just hell-bent in simply believing things one way. As if he speaks with the authority of the credibility of the FBI.
Rebuttal to you that's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually
Don't
discover
you think
the
that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated. But by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's
okay.
the point.
So let's get to
They just could be somebody else.
the parents fact check.
Yeah, so I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
You
little
have
bit?
the charging
to,
doc.
also, here's the thing you got to understand. What these people want to do is they don't want justice, they want to close a ritual. A ritual was opened with the sacrifice of Charlie Kirk. The conviction of somebody that wraps up the story in a neat bow closes the ritual. And what I like about Candace is that she won't let them do that.
I see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond, however. Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes, so this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed,
Yeah.
Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it,
to bring.
but why aren't the parents disputing
No,
that?
well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
Because
playing to
I don't-
someone else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say.
So Andrew Wilson doesn't seem to understand the concept of a parent taking rational legal advice to protect their son's case.
To you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear, and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And
This mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you, but if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what happened.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I'm saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of.
It's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to see the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on 100% certainty that Matt Robinson
they haven't even gotten to the claims based on the ideas that it wasn't Tyler Robinson, and what if it were Israel, Mossad, the Jews, etc. Right? Because of all the circumstantial evidence towards looking for criminal intent, motive, which I don't know how the law works in this respect right now, but in some case there must be fair play there. We used to have a TV show, or perhaps we still do for the boomers, Law and Order Criminal Intent. And that's how it worked. And it was a demonstration of investigative police work that had very little to no evidence, but you could prosecute if you could establish criminal intent, right? So Candace is saying that there's poor evidence to establish criminal intent for Tyler Robinson in particular. But she found circumstantial evidence from the people around Charlie Kirk. Any fucking story you know makes sense this way. And even if it had nothing to do with people around him, they never thought to make sure that Tyler was definitely the guy. They didn't arrest a few people, put them in a lineup with a witness that said they saw someone that matches the description of all of these guys, and see if they could say it. Like, nothing like that. Just one guy. And they found the evidence. But, like, what if he was a terrible shot? What if he knew somebody? What if it had nothing to do with his boyfriend or anybody being talked about? What if Tyler had a friend who was a good shot, and he gave that gun to his friend, and then, I don't know. No. Nah, my idea is stupid. Nah, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. I don't spend enough time thinking about it. Candace Owens has a better idea than me.
Amber Robinson said it. A 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing, the defense is engaging with.
Now
whatever.
hold on. He just said could have, right? So he's not disputing that she's right. But he's saying it like he's expecting it to show up since it's happened, right? That's the only reason why he's saying this way, because like he doesn't know how to say that she's wrong about this, right? And she keeps bringing up things, and it's amazing how he just goes into dismissal, right? It kind of reminds me of this interview I saw with Christopher Nolan and a film journalist on Chinese television in English, having the interview with him, and how he avoids all these questions about how he like put this unaccurate Christian spin on the characterization of Odysseus and stuff, right? And then, get like very interesting stuff, right? And they got him 33 hours later. Yep. In the new Spider-Man movie, Jean Grey can psychically jump 33 feet.
Evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like, if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
It's not
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
Oh, and in no way, shape, or form was I trying to say that I agree with Candace Owens that Charlie had fucking psychic powers, right? That like Charlie was gate program. I don't know if Candace was gate program, but yeah. But all the same, that can just be something you say because of many people in the gate program were psychic, right? Charlie may have just simply been high IQ, and you could be high IQ, but if you're loaded with the wrong facts, your high IQ will never figure it out. So a high IQ person of deep moral character through a non-hypocritical understanding, right? Because he wasn't a hypocrite, you see. It wasn't because his views made him look good. It's just that, like, he openly asked the left to be the biggest challenge to his faith. Instead of finding a pagan like me.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on the law on the books. So that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're
X.
saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking why you're saying. Could they
No,
just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that.
You see, this is what I mean. This is where she shuts him down about how reckless it would be.
That's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
That's the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it.
Right, just thinking, right? Maybe you can say that she's really good at pretending that all she's doing is just thinking and that she's exploiting the zeitgeist of the conspiracy world. which from Andrew's opening statement is something that he believes, and he is trying to draw inference, right? So, Candace is sticking up for the integrity of the meaning of words. Okay? Even if she can't say monstrosity. Candace, come on, love. Come on! Monstrosity, come on. Monstros. Monster. Monstros. Which is legally the same as human, by the way, in Black's Law.
I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far,
And this is just like,
every
that's-
point
that
that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
Remember what I said in my
he's
opening.
going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing. Is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
if
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that
Right there. Right there. Because if that's his entire fucking actuality of attitude, it's like, why can't you fucking tolerate the full thought and then contest it after it's been presented? Because you make it impossible for me to tell the story straight, because you keep breaking it up into pieces that sound good to you, and you're chop sueying my words. Right? This is how you palter information.
you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems, there's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to, nobody would have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere.
Please.
We
Here
both know
go.
this, right?
Yeah. He believes, like, he is trying to appeal to the consensus, right? Which, he's trying to insult your intelligence, and you don't understand that yet. Okay?
That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside.
Because now that it's extraordinarily popular to believe in conspiracies, if you fucking just reject conspiracy theories right now, you lose credibility. It's just like you don't, because then if you're rejecting that, then you have to give up on all your conspiracy theories about either the leftists or about Trump and what conservative Christians' agendas are.
Well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial.
The issue is that the FBI has presented a claim that it can't actually back up. Once you actually look at what the FBI brought to their claim. This guy's just a mouthpiece for whatever forces are running the FBI's fucking, system on this particular incident. Maybe the FBI only does this kind of shit when it's a political whatever, and then every other day they're fantastic. But it's just, it's disgusting, right? Because it's also this kind of shit requiring an insult to intelligence. And it's horrifying to think of what the intentions of the people protecting this lie are. And that's a low-key fear that people don't want to admit. There's a lot of people that think that the second you got anything kind to say about the people of Israel and the Jewish diaspora, that you're afraid of them or something, or you're looking for their favor. And I think I just had to learn over time that I have to prerequisite things I need to say from position. And I had to find myself to find my position to talk as this way. Right? And that's me sitting in a high judgment seat. And that's all that this is. He's in a low judgment seat. He wants to work with a side. I don't know if Candace has a secret agenda. I believe that she does. So she looks like she's doing what I do.
I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally
I'll explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right, sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all this.
Where it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with
it.
Yeah,
we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage, and that was the whole point of that.
Because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
there's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So I guess
Yeah.
the disagreement
also-
now would move into the evidence.
Like he offers to bring in like something that I believe he was saying that was to support her side. She said, no, it's not even necessary. Right? And then he doesn't want to fucking see it either. Right? So, just a little moment like that, like kind of it low key adds to credibility when you're paying attention to the minor beats
that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted
you
to.
can't.
Like I said, he's trying to get this conversation to where he can talk about time-traveling Jews. And she never lets him get there because they agreed in the debate not to talk about that.
Big question on
No,
these
but I'm
things.
just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that you
many,
decide
many
that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And
Or at least there's a second phase to this debate which ends up being exactly like this phase of the debate but more heated because he keeps up with the form that he's in right now, because he doesn't have the ability to go into what was supposed to be much more of open conversation that would be far more of the let's not interrupt each other type, right? Like you'll see. We're I feel like hanging out here. Let's go.
I do still want to hold you for going through, because we discussed the gun, we discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
And we
things
should
that you
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim, it is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, it's assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
part- this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing, I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when
Well,
I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine.
So you see, she's making sure she puts right out front. Yeah, and remember, as explained prior to this conversation, this is what I am defending, right? My claim is that the FBI's claim is invalid. And here's me with all my reasons for picking it apart, and your answer to all of that has been essentially an attempt to demur, right? To dismiss it as invalid, irrelevant. In court you would call that a demur or a demurrer, something like that. It might have 2 R's in it.
For you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point, all of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
just gonna-
getting
you're conceding
nobody's
on
getting a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt, I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
that
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. The FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI, and then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's not that, like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds weren't.
By the way, this is one of the few moments where she really gets to talk for, like, a second. Like, at least Andrew could sit through this, right? They did. They paved over the fucking crime scene because they needed to hide something about the drop hatch, because Charlie's body was taken down the drop hatch to be fast run to the SUV, as we all saw the footage of them carrying his body as such. And who knows why they felt like they needed to get him straight the fuck out. Exactly like that. And I don't even think it gets mentioned here, but the security team calls Ben Shapiro or calls like Daily Wire or whatever, for advice about what to do next, right? This is stuff that recently has gone through the circulation of context of situation. I don't even think they bring that up in here, right? Which is like, who knows why?
Were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took a shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get that.
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the
but
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
if you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take from me.
Well, like such as. He doesn't go into a such as.
Okay,
Just a
I
good,
don't disagree
just
with
a
that. We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course,
And a such as would be to take the initial first absolute of assumptive evidence and to say, well, if this were the case instead of this fact that you presented, then I would believe you.
I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done, Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think that's very important for the audience here. That for
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important.
Because remember, he can't actually fucking shut down any facts she used. So his whole job is to tell the audience to think about dismissing what she said. So he's hoping that his audience is properly mind controlled. Dismiss that. Ooh. Dismiss this and you will be the smart one and can still have an ordinary social life.
Jimmy. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and
Yes, you
the internet
do!
has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Yes, you do. In order to do these things, you have to allow room for the imagination to play with the evidence, to play with the facts, to play with the information as presented, to point out the anomalies, and do the hard work of looking at the equation and solving for X. Not to just sit there like this. And fucking, act like it's absurd to question a corrupt government.
Right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from...
Yes, such as the FBI's entire case, if we have a rational fucking court for this process.
Legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended, and that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it?
Yeah.
But like, her entire argument was to rip down the FBI's claim that you're defending, and because you won't take responsibility for the fact that you let the FBI think for you, that is why your argument doesn't exist. And it's all just dismiss, like you're looking for a job at Fox News.
You guys like to take an ad break
Let's
before we
take
come
an
back?
ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately, but what's even more compelling are the stories from people who say it completely changed their lives. One example starts with a woman named Natalia. She sat across from her medical team and got an ultimatum most of us will never have to hear. Aggressive chemotherapy, steroids for life, or amputation. 5 years earlier, a plate of ceviche in Peru triggered heavy metal toxins and parasites that she never recovered from. 20 specialists and hundreds of thousands of dollars later, nobody addressed the cause, just the symptoms. With the support of medical journalist Jonathan Otto, she refused all three and went after the root cause instead, purging parasites, binding heavy metals, and restoring her gut health. Today, she runs, swims, and cycles on the same legs that she was told that she would lose. Right now, you can get the same holistic detox cleanse that she used, plus a red life therapy belt, completely free with every order. Not discounted, free. 120 LEDs, red and near infrared, working from the surface down to the gut and thyroid. Head to purgemyparasitesnow.com/Candace, buy your detox and gut renewal restoration bundle today, and get your free red life therapy belt, plus your in-depth protocol. That's purgemyparasitesnow.com/Candace. I also remind you guys about Pure Talk because you do not have to overpay for your wireless network. Not when Pure Talk comes in with the same service for a tiny fraction of the cost. And now for the first time ever, Pure Talk is offering any plan at just $15 a month for your first 3 months. There's never been a better time to take Pure Talk for a test drive. It's fast, it's reliable, and you're going to love it. You can now get any Pure Talk plan, including their unlimited data plans and even their top-tier $65 plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. That's a savings of up to $150. I recommend making the switch today because this offer is extremely short-lived. Switch to Pure Talk and enjoy your first 3 months of talk, text, and data for just $15 a month. Head to puretalk.com/Owens to make the switch to Pure Talk. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. And I have to remind you guys about American Financing because everyday expenses keep climbing and high credit card interest is not making life any easier. If your budget is feeling squeezed lately, there's a smarter way to take back control. If you're a homeowner, your home equity is your best financial tool. American Financing can help you consolidate high interest credit card debts so that you have some breathing room. Timing matters now more than ever. With a strong chance of an interest rate hike this September, waiting could cost you thousands, and with rates in the fives, there's no better time to find out how much you could be saving. So ditch those 20% interest rates by consolidating. You can slash your monthly obligations. In fact, American Financing borrowers save an average.
All right. The break came at kind of like the right moment. Oi. So we're halfway through the debate now, and this is where things get spicier and spicier.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so...
See you
I have a
later,
bunch of questions
mermaid.
for you,
Please, come
and
back.
I want to make it super painless, right? So, no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So, here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear,
She's given him nothing but direct answers, but he keeps cutting her off while she's dropping names.
We agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
This is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a
okay,
meta
so now
debate.
we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels,
Yes, that's exactly. When you say meta, it is to take the conversation to a state of transcendence, so you can have a conversation about ideas and not about actual things.
feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a-
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get
wanna-
to sit.
I wanna
like
ask
said,
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is a
going to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it?
Yes, you are, because all you do is dismiss. All you do is dismiss. You have no respect for any of her work, anything on her mind. She may be a great supervillain. She may be trying to become the first female black president of the United States who wants to have me dead. I don't know. But she's doing good work on August 13th, 2026, me saying that on August 14th, 2026.
Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask.
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay,
get it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause
Usually in a debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying I'm
with
Joe
the
Rogan.
answer.
They had no evidence, and now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about trans
actually,
indenticals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
He's trying to force her to make a claim she doesn't believe in. You know? He believes that this is one of her claims. Probably because she explored that as a theory on her show. Because she enjoys making content out of doing the investigative work, just like many of us. This guy's a schmuck.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
can't say
just,
that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
Like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a
This
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
you
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
Let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who was high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the
So, right. So this makes him look like an idiot because he has to accuse her of defrauding the U.S. Or frauding the U.S. government, right? Which the U.S. government would have looked into what she did, because the U.S. government is always hungry to flex on anybody who isn't within.
power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can.
So he makes that whole thing where, like, he concedes that she's right, and you look how fucking crazy his leg is going off, right? Because he right now in his head is like, shit, an entire line of questioning fell apart. Plan B, what's plan B? He's looking for plan B now because that's a federal record of her personal account, and the person who told her, I think she explains it, or says it or whatever, is that like I can't divulge who that is, but I divulged it to the government.
Try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me-
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained.
You see, he doesn't want to, he wants to like say that no, your motive isn't positive, or your evidence, whatever the fuck they just said, right? He's trying to pretend like she's changing the conversation.
Explain this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel,
Sure.
and he was starting to.
Now, here in the second part, here's where we get into some Israel. It doesn't get too heavy on the Israel because, and I've watched her, some of her shows talking about how she, how this evidence looks like Israel and stuff like that, right? And, she hadn't jumped the Jew then. She really hadn't, right? But I don't know if her intentions are going the same way as Tucker Carlson or something like that, which I find ultra suspect. I mean, like, if she starts fucking cozying up with fucking Hunter Biden, I mean, like, I'm going to be done with her, right? And maybe because Tucker talked to Owen Benjamin, maybe one day Tucker and whoever the fuck is paying him says, you know what? I think our intel shit is going to be more agreeable to the bear community. We're gonna, I think the bear community has made a persuasive argument. They see an angle of the world that we missed, and we'll never admit that, but we're going to give you that quiet permission, right? And think of that for what you fucking will.
To realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you probably have people that just go, that's life. People change
Sorry.
their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis. There were also, obviously Joe
Carol
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe there were students, and there were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe
Right.
that.
So I don't know if she's telling the truth about how seriously she's going with her claims, right? Because, I'm pretty sure from what I remember that she was at least exploring it so hard that maybe I had to appreciate a couple of episodes that I didn't have time for, perhaps. Especially if they were released weeks apart, because sometimes she jumps to other angles because she's looking at, she's kind of breaking it down like an octopus, right? She's like studying each leg of every frickin' thing, She's probably got a madman's flow chart in her freaking office.
That narrative, because what we've seen after, coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, he was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel
Because regardless of whether she has like some serious beliefs that go off the fucking rails, because she does talk like almost like she fucking believes it, right? Which, like I said, I am so happy that she has an awareness of certain things, but also on your level, let's try not to like undermine the good work, right? You know, which is what she's trying to do here, right? She's not going to bring up all that stuff, right? When he brings up stuff that she's said, it's be like, well, I never made that as a claim. And and in this debate, it's great. I hope she's not lying about that, but people will clip something and then you'll have to ask yourself, do I feel like going back and going 10 minutes before she said what she said, or 10 or 1 minute before she said what she said, to make sure I got all the fucking context, and how long do I have to listen afterwards, right? Is it strung in context to something I missed that she said last week? Right? She's, you know, like, I don't know what to say. You know, she's far less scripted than he is.
the shots, and this is how it happens. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like
You
to see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't
positive
need to
evidence
just
would
have a
be
conversation.
material evidence and other
Yeah, well,
evidences which
what
would
we've
point you
said
to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Well, at least I'd say that question though was a fair inference, because got to remember she is accusing him of Erica Kirk, of TPUSA being behind all this, which is why she bumped it from 300 to $500,000. Hands up, hands up.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence like that they killed him. I said this is why
play
people
it,
think
though.
they're involvement.
So she
If they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah. Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional.
Now, I believe confidence and convinced are etymologically kind of the same word, right? So this is just the same standard as him.
Invitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have any
States
positive
government.
evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay,
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim,
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think.
Yeah,
And
you're
you
allowed
keep
to
saying,
think,
do you
but
have
you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence, and I'm allowed to think.
I
Yes.
agree. You're allowed.
See, he thinks the rules of this debate is that she's only allowed to make claims. And he's irritated that she won't make any claims because he doesn't understand what she does, which probably explains why his wife doesn't understand what he does. Yeah, I said it.
How to think.
Okay, so
Nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if
but
you have
what's your issue
positive
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say
it's
I
with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes,
You
that
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have
confidence,
confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there at 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had
I'm
full
just gonna
confidence.
tell you something.
Hang on,
My
yeah,
sis-
let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind that you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
full
you
confidence
are.
that
You are demanding that she only answers in the form of a claim. That would make it an inauthentic answer because you are convinced that she's making shit up.
you do not feel that you represented your claim well, and so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
just wanna know-
and to say you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are
I'm
disputing it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No,
that
I don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I
It's
think
not
that?
every time we come across. And
It's like, yeah, it's just like, you could just like watch my show and take notes. He doesn't do that. He doesn't like, the thing is that he's dismissing, because I guarantee you, he's not capable of understanding half the shit she says. And that's embarrassing because we do.
any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
it's
doubt
not a
this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you- well,
This
that's
is my
not what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences.
Because remember, like, Andrew can't fucking say shit, because if he thinks that the FBI is legit, then he has to also, he's also making the blind assumption about every other agency in the Trump administration. You see, right? And so he's not going to accuse the federal government of being incapable of detecting fraud, because then his entire argument falls apart that the FBI is on the level.
And what has happened to me, and you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to say
regulate
it.
anything. I'm asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding
questions.
a bit like a
Shake
professor
like a
trying to regulate and say,
motherfucker.
Candace,
You sound very
can't say I
defensive,
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in a way
He's
that
the
you
one. He's the one that's defensive. His body language betrays him when he throws his hands up at them. You don't throw your hands up unless you're like, if you throw open hands, this is the universal sign of I surrender. Hands up, don't shoot. They inverted that because they didn't want to be arrested. They just wanted to get away with murder.
wanted
You
me
just
to
kind
say
of
it.
obfuscate, and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
Let's
actually
just go through
focus on
every
it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full competence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
Yeah.
that you guys have prepared.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need
tell
to-
you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign
He's asking
Legion
her
wasn't.
to betray her own safety. If she fucking divulges what she told the fucking government, she compromises everything. This guy's a monster. This guy is a fucking monster. Guarantee he's a fucking narcissist.
Involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
and
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got it.
said.
So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And can I
information
ask
as
a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and they
Mm-hmm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay, I mean that's.
It seems reasonable, and so why he's asking me to defend that is like
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times
Precisely.
on my podcast.
What do you think about that?
Yeah,
Andy?
like all
What? The
those
fact that
are
she-
moments that shut him down. People that like him are going to fucking defend this whole fucking thing.
Email, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that
probably
she's
didn't
willing
think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and had a
don't-
relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then,
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We
How
don't
could
know.
they?
No,
They
how
didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information. 'Cause
And
it was a
by the
long
way,
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This
Did
has
you
got
send
nothing to
them
do
the
with
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send the
especially
source
because
of
this
the
was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and
executive
then I'll come
office,
to you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so the follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If they
So
contact,
that would be a triplicate of fucking fraud if she's fucking making this shit up. It is like she is everything that she is withheld that she's been asked to disclose by Andrew. She's been generous with everything that makes sense to disclose. Everything else is the issue of her fucking safety. Right? So, just like she wasn't concerned about his health, he wants her to endanger herself.
you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got
saying
it.
the French Foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I've never made a report with the federal
Let me
government.
ask one
did,
question.
but
Let me
we
just
did
ask one
send it.
question. Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even.
All right, so she's talking about what she's thinking, right? So this is just like, so the whole point of all of that struggle was to allow her to say this in a way that was not framed as a claim because she doesn't have convincing or at least she does have convincing circumstantial evidence, and she wants to be able to say that she thinks that this is the case. Right? I don't even know exactly what her fucking position is on the whole Palestine thing, right? This is how little I fucking pay attention, right? This is about the issues of the debate at hand.
even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically set on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well, the thing is
so
funny.
is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I have
that we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that there is none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say what?
You see, all he's doing is demonstrating that he didn't prepare for this debate. Because I've listened to enough of the show to know that there's a lot of information coming from her sources, right? And there's a lot of stuff where she can, she does defend herself here, right? I'll let her do it.
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
Well, what
that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it, so let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what
I
think
mean,
and
aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
No,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I
So
said
I
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering.
So he's being selective about where inferences are appropriate. And we're already, and this is reminding you, this is in the phase of the debate where she had to viciously fight to establish the fact that we're in a part of the debate where she can talk about what she thinks that are not claims. And she just didn't want to abuse the word inference. Because she actually has a pretty fucking good vocabulary. This bitch did her homework.
Your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because I doesn't need to be made.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love
you
to
know,
do that.
the thing's funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR
kind of
there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation.
Like, why would he ask her that question? Like, he is almost, he's come with almost nothing as a direct citation of anything she's actually said or at least said in the context in which he has implied, or shall we say inferred, in the way he's asked.
What we know to be true of 80% of homicides, it's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that, like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack, they gave back the...
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to
Yeah,
factor,
but
that's
what was
fine.
Your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
I'll just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence.
Okay,
in
well,
the
tell me,
debate,
what does
so now
that
you're
mean?
chopping
What does
it up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica. Everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know. Just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. Again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me, and it's me, her, and Justin
She
Strife.
knows
And
what she says on her show. When I have seen anybody else being held accountable for exactly what they said in such a way, their memory goes off and they're just like, well, I don't remember this and that and da 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 da. And it's just like, yep, gotcha. She's got all her shit together. What can I fucking say, man? She's got all her shit together.
I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? He says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public, and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made
I
the
don't
arrest.
understand, how would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make
No
it seem like I
strategy,
said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing? You probably don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it's overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to
Which
move
is
towards
exactly
doctored clips.
right.
And
Well,
you need
there's
to
no
respond to
doctor in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just
was,
complicit in
and
believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this
Right.
perspective of her at the beginning, which is why
Look
it's
at him-
so funny to
look at
me
him
that you
fucking,
guys make it
like,
seem like
he's
I'm ground
shaking
zero.
so
People thought
hard
Erica
it's
was sus from
affecting
day
his
I forgive him,
knee.
and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. things changed for me
I mean,
when I saw that
wishes
Zoom
he
call.
could
I will tell you
pace.
that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about you. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a
No.
relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica
So
per se.
the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you
Yeah,
want to
well,
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
I mentioned this at the beginning before we started. This was such a tack nuke on this asshole. I love that she fucking knows this fucking just tweet. Like, she didn't have to worry about, like, remembering it or anything.
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to
All
just say
women
stuff.
are
Who knew?
all
So it-
women are retarded and he laughs about it. Who is his fucking audience? Is that how he talks about women to his audience? Does he think that plays well with the women who adore Candace Owens? All women are retarded, and he makes a joke that was a serious question. That was a serious question, right? So he's trying to dismiss the seriousness of the tweet.
And,
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what
what-
dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is,
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance,
That's gonna bite him in the ass later too.
you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names, and
Now, remember when I said he's gonna say he drops Owen Benjamin? He invokes Big Bear. Cause he doesn't fucking understand shit. He doesn't know what real racism is, which tells you probably something about his views on race. He's about to use Owen's race jokes on Candace against her.
and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, it's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not her
too,
biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do, on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit-down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her the
maybe-
hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement.
Well, I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly...
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know.
and don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this
at
is what
his
was going on in
leg.
the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica.
You see, it's one thing when it's shaken for like a second because you're just wiggling out a little bit of that's healthy. He's going nuts without, give that leg a break. But that's not what it is. He's nervous. He's antsy. He hates this. He's got excellent composure, probably because he's a narcissist. But he hates this. He knows. He knows that he has to keep this running in circles and pretend like it's not damaging his reputation.
Too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
they
know
just
where
don't
you-
have they don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something.
Look, he's got favor with him. It's a bias. He won't even admit that he's going to have a bias, that he's established trust. He's established trust with them. Right? That would be a perfectly acceptable counter answer to her accusation on him. Right? Because this is a direct claim. He's not he's explaining why her logic is flawed. But he's not just outright kind of saying no. Right? He wants you to be convinced. He's trying to convince you that he can do that and be objectively fair.
In good
me ask
faith
you a
to answer
question. Do you
questions.
have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded. It's not evidence.
No?
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion. That I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met
as
the chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Do you think the public's not smart
the
enough?
fact that he called a woman retarded plays even worse to the left that'll be listening to this just for laughs. And so he's going to have a lot of people on the left that might want to hate on him regardless, especially because a lot of people on the left kind of don't care about this side of it, mostly because they want to hide behind the same delusion that he is.
Do you think that if
Like
you
talking
know,
about terrible
if you
PR?
know that there's a huge debate that's coming out that's going to be
Terrible
probably one of the
PR,
most viewed that
exactly.
year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a
But
look.
what is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done is
Okay.
demonstrated that's in good faith.
So he had no scrutiny over what was presented there. He took what TPUSA and Erica Kirk told him at face value. Upon an in-office meeting. And we're exposed and we're expected to believe. And she had the integrity to wait until this point in the interview instead of trying to fucking derail like the thing. Like, very smart that she did it at this point in the interview instead of like being upfront with making him address that at some point.
It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about
hang
everything
on,
you've ever
have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're
less
right,
critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical
asking
about
you,
her.
but I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists.
and red pillars
Okay.
and a lot of the actual well, so I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why.
He's a Christian ethicist? That sounds like the same kind of that sounds like gender studies for right-wingers. That's like the right-wing version of saying you can't possibly know the definition of a woman. He's the woke Reich.
Eric had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization
No,
over?
it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to
6 days later.
protect your...
Yeah, it's very simple. She still has the father of her children living in their life together. In short, she structured her business functioning as a whole family so that she got plenty of time, and she works that hard at both. And that's something that terrifies the woman who has infertilized herself.
Your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find something
The legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that there by the way,
She's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is, like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside TV USA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so let's
your team is asking. Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish the segment on the Erica Kirk topic.
He thinks that as long as he can say, "I don't understand you," it means that she's not making any sense. Which is only because he's dismissing everything. Like, he's programmed exactly like a boomer, which is sad for a man of his generation.
We can spend some time on that as well.
Okay.
So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked.
If you remember earlier in the show, I presented the bullet as well as the bullet in its shell of the 30-06 soft tip for hunting, akin to what they're talking about there. And there's no way that the human neck at 200 yards or less is not going through. Maybe even a greater distance than that. And it will make a much larger hole. And as most of us have said, it could have just fucking blown his neck out and his head could have fucking gone somewhere. Like, that's how fucking intense.
That's why Terrell was nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay? They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
yes,
prepare the
See, I
clips.
love how
But-
I love
I just-
how
but
she
it's
calls
fine.
out his
To back
team.
up.
Like I said, this
You know, like she asks him, and he rationalizes what his team did, and then when she calls out the bullshit of his team, he refuses to take responsibility for the defense of them that he just made. I'm telling you, man, this is like 4 hours of Christopher Nolan in China.
I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I said at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here, and you're now introducing
if
this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's fine. Just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?"
And this is supposed to be the hypothetical part of the fucking conversation anyway, right? But that's not the conversation he wants to have. And, you know, Candace just wants to exploit the fact that he is violating his own fucking ethics. And look at him with hands up again. Hands up, don't shoot. I surrender, but I just want to get away with murdering you.
You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to make
is.
sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay,
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get.
I would say that unless the shot and unless the injury is like some sort of the holographic projection theory, which I don't know if any of that truly makes sense with what people have asked me to be convinced of, then I would say no, it couldn't have been an explosive because it's too clean. It's too clean. It's just one solitary spot. That's from projectile fire, which, when you fire a fired gun is an explosion. The hammer sparks the primer ignites the gunpowder, the bullet shoots through the rifled chamber. Hits a spin to maintain speed and velocity in a straight line, hits the target from a competent, patient, calm marksman.
Get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive.
Because remember, to hit a person in the neck, he is sitting in a chair, and you can't just hit him in the body because he might be wearing armor. So you're going for, you're going for up here with a target is wearing armor. Because there's a good chance they might be wearing armor sufficient for 30-odd 6. I believe they got stuff that handles that. So that's still going to be the part sitting in the chair moving around a lot. That's why people believed the ear nick for the Trump assassination. And just because I think that Donald Trump may have fucking set that up, or somebody set that up on Donald Trump, and perhaps he had no choice in the matter and had to participate or whatever, it's fine. Based on how American human beings are, I just want to see things going in a way that makes sense with what some people that I agree with are saying they're trying to do with the agenda of government. Because although I don't want government to exist, that doesn't work for a lot of people that deserve a chance. Especially families with all sorts of issues. In a world of multi-tiered lies and not enough love coming from anybody. And, you know, it takes more. And if your movement doesn't have a mix of men and women, you're not doing anything.
Theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion.
And are there any women that respect this guy for thinking all women are retarded and you know, standing by his right to joke about that under serious terms? Right? And if all women are retarded, then how are there are definitely women that know how to do things like run fucking businesses, and if they aren't fucking feminists, it might be a fucking cool place. Maybe. It kind of depends. Right? I had a in-between admixture of how that worked when I worked in the central headquarters of the Stepford Wives in Darien, Connecticut. No, at Nielsen's Florist. They're good people. They're sweet girls, right? And, you know, I mean, although, you know, it's the patron of the Nielsen family is big, you know, his wife is also incredibly, you know, on her girl boss kick herself, and they've always been extraordinarily kind and cool people, and for Darien to be cool with a person like me, it's not really like the Stepford Wives, but you know, they are the way that they are, and they make their progress in the modernizing world in the way that they do. They're strange there. There are enough hippies there in retirement that, like, they do kind of like people like me. And there's been heavy metal guys that have retired in this fucking place, too. Like, that ought to tell you fucking something. That they want to be retired here. Oh. But seriously, the Stepford Wives from the 90s with Nicole Kidman and Matthew Broderick. It's a cringy-ass movie, but you should watch it.
In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
You know, and I don't think during any of this interview does she look him in the eye and say, "Do you think I'm retarded?" That's almost like him sparing her. I mean, I'm sorry. No. Her sparing him. Oh, Candace Owens, the merciful, the gracious.
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Robin
like.
Neal is the man that killed Osama bin
Yeah,
Laden.
and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he
That's fine.
observed in his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that, and also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened on his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
That's
not.
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take it like
So
a
just remember, this guy cannot believe that he is losing an argument with a woman because all women are retarded. Women that agree with consensus reality are retarded. Sorry, ladies. Somebody had to tell you that. But you don't have to be. It's just your active choice to not care about anything. And just to go with what's agreeable because you don't got time to change all the ways you think and feel about stuff. Especially because, you know, it's part of the substrate of a lot of your interests and the way you like to talk with the gals. And you're not going to talk with the gals about this stuff, right?
box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30 odd
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's
I
a
don't-
great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and
Wait, why do we need to ask Grok? Isn't he the gunsmith? Isn't he the guy with the NRA stuff? Like, he's not the ballistics guy, yes, but he's these things, and a caliber for rifle shooting as common as a 30-06. He doesn't carry that in. Dude, that should be a hard memory that he can just knows it like a fucking autist. I can fucking just say shit to my dad and he just says it. He just knows it. Like he knows it like he's gonna be tested on it today.
in 2,000, I'm pretty sure, pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I mean, I'm going to just say, I just think that that's not
Yeah, right, but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if air
through.
is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And, well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well,
Did
because,
he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a
Because
fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disprove what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in the air, air has to move out
Yeah,
of the way
he
of
thinks
bullets.
she's retarded because he's trying to explain basic physics to her, and then say a general truth about physics and imply that she is not applying that science to her conclusion because he is failing to make her look retarded.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record.
You can
I've watched
walk away
some
from
people-
this debate and you can say that Candace Owens was the retarded one and completely disagree with me about that. But at the end of the day, if you want to hold that, you're going to never talk about the substance the way he doesn't talk about the substance.
do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence and it's,
You can fact check
it's
it.
complete.
Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaces air, it's where it disperses the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
okay,
shirt.
A bullet's this big and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The
It
shirt
starts
cuffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
The-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show
Just-
it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me.
You see that's why he can have fun with this, right? Because since the tragedy in its circulation has been, especially with the grotesque manner in which it was handled, right? The public that did not privy themselves to being exposed to that across the whole media sphere of the world, he is trying to get away with the agreeability for people that'll not put in the effort to look for it, especially if they're people that like won't go to. Well, I'm going to assume that Rumble would be an easy place to find it, right?
It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any.
Yeah. Yeah. Like he's gonna say this. She's already established that she's not claiming there was an explosion. It's just within the realm of possibility. And he's not asking this because he cares. He's asking this because he wants to remind the audience that she thinks that this is a possibility. So he can clip that and say, see how retarded that she is, that she can't just simply agree with me that this is nothing.
Quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
that's fine. That's
for the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of cities that have killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
He observed, he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he said.
And that's a clip from a sniper who knows his shit better than that guy does.
Play that video at full speed. I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming that.
Which means that he hasn't studied. He hasn't studied the moment of the shot that was taken on high definition camera from like 2 angles or something, like you know. I mean, holy shit. Everything that you could clearly see.
Yes, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all?
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, very...
He asked that question like he didn't know. I thought he had a military fucking background. What the fuck was that? Was he officer class and he never fucking, like, did anything? Like, that scenario, didn't happen while... I mean, yeah, like, you're not shooting exactly with... Hold on a second. No, because you might have a shooting dummy on a round, and you're gonna have it perhaps in a shirt, and like they do shit like that, to dress it up a little bit like a person, so that way it's familiar to the mind, right? Especially if you're trying to show it properly fitted, like you're shooting a suspect who's wearing a Kevlar vest and a protective helmet, right? How do you get the exact right shot for a one hit kill, so on and so forth?
Be very, very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you-
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last
Yeah,
segment.
there's another hour left of this.
All right, you
bad
guys, I want
boy.
to tell you about ethos because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it.
All right, I need more water.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't
Cosmic,
officially said
thank
that
you.
Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So
What was the medical condition, and how did he get it?
I think, like, but if you want
Well,
to play
no,
the
this
clip
is
to,
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs'
yeah,
DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents, and
Right, that's all that is. That's all that is. That's just nitpicking at the human course of little things, right? And remember, she's not like me. I make claims that I'm a mystic and that my mind works in special ways. And I kind of make those as claims because of the strangeness of me, right? She's just a normal girl who believes she gets visions from loved ones and God and things like that.
she's trying to
No,
remember
it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make
And
mistakes
I've
in
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. Like, all right,
Well, this
Erica,
just
you
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who.
Right, and just like she said before, and his team didn't get the cue. His team could have set this up in accord to her complaint earlier, but they didn't. Cut off mid-sentence. They don't care.
Wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
The straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's a show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously-
jail.
And then just cut it off at verifiable lies. And then what? That wasn't the end of the sentence.
tongue in cheek, and then I explained that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that
Remember when I said tongue in cheek was going to bite him in the ass?
she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but why-
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that, though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but if
another
you
clip.
say, like, you need to be...
Oh, she can't? Once again, he proves that he's a liar and that he does want to control her speech and what she thinks. Because this all applies to that. He does not believe she has a right to think and talk about these things. All of this is fine as long as she's not making claims. The consensus people are living under the protected claim of the state. This is state worship.
sat down for questioning,
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been. That's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
just kind of
entire
filling the air
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here, when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
during
is
points
to-
like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I've
is
been
like-
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressed
We did
these-
not take out
wait,
of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
we want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what's not? What didn't
Yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange. That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiated. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that
There's-
you fell short of that.
there's nothing
And you-
out of- hang on.
And
There's
I
nothing
did not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
going to
account
get you
for
to
your
say yes
claims.
or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like,
Right, like exactly, right? So, like, on her show, like, once she's established that she's not making a claim, then she goes and she runs and she freely speaks from the perspective of I'm running and entertaining this idea because of all the questions the evidence has caused, and this is something that I want to do with my time on the show in my opinion section, right? And if I was watching her show more often, I could see if she properly presents that, and which I have to assume she does because he doesn't have anything that makes it, that makes it look otherwise, right? And she's not worried about presenting any kind of clips of things. She just has confidence that people that actually care are going to look at the statements that she made here and said, I think this, and say like, oh, okay, well, until we know for sure, it's fair that she thinks that, I think. Maybe this is a little off base, but she's got a point here, here, and here. But he can't fucking do that.
4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't think
perception
4 out of 5 even
is
were.
you're turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
you
few of
just-
them were.
you
Was there
just-
3?
just made it
Erica?
up.
It's
Four.
just
So you're just making stuff
like
up.
nobody wants to say that this is not unnatural fucking behavior. That a human being can just like railroad another human being's thoughts like that, right? And that we say that this is socially acceptable, way of conducting productive discussion.
We get a count of how many were about Erica. I feel like
It was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
three.
said 4.
But those are
I'm
extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asking
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
They're
when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes,
Bit him in the ass.
sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing
I
here.
was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
to
they
be
want
the
to play
whole
from
One more,
7 days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
we
they
were
want to
getting
go
into
to
the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay, and this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I
Yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to
done
have a
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will
Totally
not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
Yeah. I like part of the reason why she's being so gracious with being grilled is because I think she's aware of the demands. It's like, I asked for all these accommodations. In return, you get to go hard on me, right?
So are you good with her asking the question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need the
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there
come
we
on,
go.
guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has his
everyone else just told me
DNA
what
on
it
the
said. I'm
towel.
sure it's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to be
has his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I just presented this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle,
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned.
See how obsessive he is. He wants to talk about these 1 or 2, 3 little fucking things over and over and over, and ask the question 7 ways a Sunday. And only people that think that, like, mainstream media news pundits know what they're doing think that this is an appropriate way of furthering your position.
said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it.
Which, of course, the problem is he doesn't have a position. He's just there to attack her on behalf of the prosecutors at the FBI.
that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that.
Oh, that's not a claim. That's just what I think.
Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate.
should
You
show
had
that
something
text
new?
message that you read,
Did
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my
What
show.
I
I'll
think.
share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my show.
Can I ask why?
What
Well, because I
I
wanna
think.
drip out the evidence. You know, it's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask the question, is that
shut down
permitted?
his snark.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Right, exactly. He doesn't know the 7 charges. Candace is going to fucking dictate them from memory right now.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can
make
you
sure that
name
we have them.
Yeah, of course. No, you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't. You're just saying that because you don't think you have a responsibility to defend the claims that you are standing behind from the FBI.
listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the case.
it? That's the question. You're just not
but
following it
it
enough.
seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage, you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, yeah, no, this is a great
No,
gotcha.
no, you just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat, so please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name,
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think
Can you name 3 songs? You're wearing the t-shirt. Can you name 3 songs? This bitch is gonna destroy you.
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even, this is like...
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to...
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay,
a death
so
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay,
And
next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
it carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me
I
that.
mean, like, if I feel fucking sad for anybody that accepts that this guy is doing a good job. I really feel bad. If Nuxanor actually believes that he did a good job, right? He can sit there and say he still believes that Candace Owens is crazy, but he can't. Like, I'll be surprised. I gotta see. He did a 30-minute reaction. I gotta check that out with this. I like this Nuxenor guy, right? I like him, but he's wrong about a lot of things. But I still like him.
Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No, I
people
just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
And I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged.
no,
with it.
just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction? You just want to...
It's a massive.
Got
It's
it.
like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire
All right.
crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually
Give me a
find
minute, 'cause I
the
forget if the
defense's
proper
filing
thing
about
is
why
said.
this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. Actually, that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or
Okay.
somebody puts your hand.
So, according to Google AI, in Utah, aggravated murder is defined under Utah Code 76-5-202 as an intentional or knowing homicide committed with specific statutory aggravating circumstances. It is classified as a capital felony carrying penalties of either the death penalty or life imprisonment without parole. To secure an aggravated murder charge or pursue capital punishment, prosecutors must prove the presence of at least one core aggravated factor, which includes causing the death of 2 or more victims. 2 or more victims in Utah, in the state of Utah. So how can he be convicted of aggravated murder if only one guy died by his bullet? Right? Knowingly creating a great major risk of death to someone other than the victim. The murder of a law enforcement officer committing the homicide for financial gain or hire. The killing occurring during the commission or attempted commission of specific felonies, such as kidnapping, aggravated, or acts displaying extreme depravity, such as mutilation or disfigurement of the body. Right. Okay, so I guess Candace is wrong that aggravated murder is not murder. I mean, it's not murder because it's not aggravated murder, but I don't see anything here that says it wasn't him killing, right? But it's just a coding for the kind of killing that it was. Now, hold on a second. How many people died at the Charlie Kirk murder? All right. Let's see. Hang on a second. All right. One person died. So if it has to be death of 2 or more victims, he can't be convicted of aggravated murder. I guess. Wait, to secure an aggravated charge, murder charge, or pursue capital punishment must prove at least one, right? So acts display extreme. The killing occurring during the commission, committing the homicide for financial gain, murder of law enforcement, creating a great major risk of death to someone other than the victim, causing the death of 2 or more victims. Okay. I suppose you could say an act displaying extreme depravity because he shot him in the neck and there was so much blood. But I think that's kind of thin because all he was just doing was shooting him and it's going to be a bloody mess no matter what. So all murder would be aggravated murder unless you just fucking choked him or something. Specific felonies. There's no other felonies occurring. So, it's a little bit possible. It's a little bit possible that that he could be, but so it's within the realm. It's depending on what the argument is for that charge. Does it fit within aggravated parameters, and why is there only aggravated on there? And it's affirmed that only one person died by Tyler Robinson because only one person died that day.
Hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
I said
offense
in front of a minor.
child.
Yeah. So 5-6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to
should
see
do
it?
I'm just
You can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at- I'm not
permission to
gonna
go
give
through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I
like
have
that.
is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. That was a download.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't need to like. I deeply care about the case. I don't need to
right
pretend
now,
about
if you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about the
know.
case,
We'll
I just-
say like, hey, listen, you don't have all the time in the world, but we have all the time in the world to go through her Telegram, her Signal, her text messages. What, are you gonna go to her FaceTime fucking messages too? Are we gonna bust out her pager and her fax machine?
I have my other question is about steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were not asking all your
Nothing. So
questions.
you know, nothing there.
I don't
Yeah. Do you have the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then drops the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay. So
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January.
When he asks questions like this, all he's saying is, is the things that I believe about you true? Right. That's all he's asking, and the things he believes about him is coming from where precisely? He would probably have us believe that, he saw the thing, right? He's demonstrated that he doesn't understand anything going on, right? He can't follow her train of thought. He's not intelligent enough to follow her train of thought. Therefore, he's not actually capable of making the argument that she's retarded like all women and Eric Kirk tongue-in-cheek.
I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is
Well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now?
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very
See,
forthcoming. I told
yeah, see, right there, exactly, precisely, right? She also waits till later on to bring this up, right? She lets him fucking have buried himself under a bunch of statements, so she can make a statement like that, and if he rebuts her, he can just remind him of what he has said in the last 3.5 an hour.
Exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it
in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel
Okay.
like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information,
enough.
what happened next, with the next stage of this
Yeah,
investigation.
so we've already established that it's okay to be convinced of things, and that convincing is the standard by which this is an argument, right? He is saying that what you are convinced of is invalid compared to what I am convinced of.
Being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it, yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher?
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm not
like I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it hasn't even been
like
discussed by the
that's the
prosecution, so
product
it's
of
not
independent
like you're debunking that it
journalism,
happened.
right? He's effectively saying you're not allowed to be an independent journalist because he doesn't want to be authentic. That's the real argument he's trying to have right now, right? Yeah, this guy's a fascist.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you
Do
really
you
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because,
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because,
X.
wait,
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation.
wait.
You're following
Yeah,
Convo on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You
hairs.
didn't, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like,
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting.
You see, he doesn't believe that she's a journalist because she doesn't have any, like, personal fucking credibility with people that he trusts, right? If people that he trusted said she's allowed to think that way, then he would, at the very least, be debating from a place of, oh, that's an interesting theory, right? But this is, he doesn't want to admit why he's got such a problem with this, other than he hates that people can become big that don't share his way of thinking as he does. Guys like him need to stay in their fucking lane.
Literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
I
timeline.
just don't know what his
What's your
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt, and yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about, what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse? And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why, like I said, if you think this built up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
can
evidence
move
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you. If anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police.
Whoops. Hey, here. There we go. Sorry. Anyway, I was going to say that let's be grateful that we know that Andrew can't possibly be stalking her because he doesn't understand her at all.
All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you still
So there's
are
gotta be
still saying,
about
you know what,
6
Andrew's arguments were
minutes
solid,
left.
great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch this? You know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing.
No. She had everything. She gave you nothing. You failed your mission, and this is your excuse.
She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. Nope.
Positive evidence by your standards doesn't matter when we're talking about the things that are inference and why we believe in the things that are inference, but you don't really care about why she thinks that they may be involved in all these other things, right? So, the entire debate was about going through 4 hours so he could say this at the end.
Positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to...
The whole point of Candace Owens is that she doubts the whole fucking thing. He doesn't understand that because he's an idiot who doesn't understand women at all.
Down, ask some questions, but or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this, more than anything else, was to just get...
It's not a contradiction. It's like you don't like the fact that she was smart enough to not take your bait.
Demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation.
He's literally said the same thing for 4 fucking hours. People will remember that she said information to look up and that he just said the same thing for 4 hours. If anybody's going to do whatever.
What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said, my opening.
Yeah,
it's always
they're bold claims because you're a pussy and all you do are make the claims of pussy. Because that's what you're looking for, because you have no integrity.
Intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition-based.
This guy's fucking dangerous. I would never, like, socially mingle with this guy. I would not want to be in the same place at the same time as him. He sounds like the kind of guy that would say things that I would want to punch in the face. And just on the off chance that he sucks at everything but killing people, I'd rather just not get involved with that because I've only ever been a civilian.
It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from DPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what
she had nothing because you didn't know what she had and you wanted to tell her what she had and force her to say that you are right because you assumed that you could just talk to a woman like that and she would eventually concede to your intelligence.
I've been saying from the beginning that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver, I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watches this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when.
Now, after this debate, I'm a little bit more convinced that she may have cared about Charlie because of how she kind of did all this, right? Right? Because as she was going through it, I said, there we go, right? It doesn't make any sense to him. He is bewildered by her, and it's funny to watch.
When you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this at. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust I don't need to convince the audiences of the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right. Boom. That's the show. All right. How much fucking fun was that? How long did we go here? All right. Not bad. Only went 20 minutes over the actual length of the show at the 1.5 speed. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Isn't that amazing? So the worst thing you can try and say is that you thought you understood what Candace was actually standing behind. To say, oh, she just lied. She actually believes all these things, see? Right? And then people will start playing more clips of her, perhaps out of context, and then others will come to defend her by clipping her in context, and so on and so forth. And I hope that this backfires on Andrew, right? For being such a piece of shit for 4 hours. Unfucking believable with this guy, right? I guarantee you he says fucking crass fucking teenager shit about her in private company with whatever chuds he's friends with. Because he thinks she's retarded. He only fucking laughs at her. He looks at a fucking popular consensus, and that's all he cares about is face with his broskies. He's a monster. We'll see where people's futures go. And with cognitive dissonance, I am sure many people will want to forget that this debate happened. But if we all know Candace at this point, she won't. All right. That's all good. There are good critics of Candace out there. Just want to remind people. Shout out to colleague Dana Duda, Rod and Jules. She definitely knows things are sus. Of course, I am concerned that she may be connected to the Jesuits because of her Catholic aspects of her life, right? And all of that can mean different kinds of things. And so I don't trust her. But I'm observing and watching somebody who is playing in adjacent conversational realms to my own. So it is important to keep that in check because she can go whichever way at some point. Right? If, or perhaps she is as authentic as we think, and that she will take to good wisdom. She is shown a much greater capacity to just roll with saying, yeah, I was wrong about this. Right? At worst, one could say that she makes a presentation on her show that looks too claiming. And I would blame her if that is the case. Because you have a responsibility to be a little bit more, what I think, my opinion, not a claim, etc., right? Because when you're talking this hard, this serious, it would be good with the amount of time and effort you put into production to, if you must, watermark your own fucking words with it. I think sometimes pundits would do that, where they'd have a little quick screen wipe and a reframe, and then on the bottom it'll say, like, opinion, right? Or when you read articles in the newspaper, it'll say opinion piece somewhere, right? Any one of those things. And to go with whatever, to say, here are the facts of the case. This section of my article, I'm going to go into the speculation about the first section of the article where I establish the facts. And is Candace doing that? I don't know, but that's what she's selling that she's doing on her show. And last time I looked, it sounded like she was. I just thought that I was just listening to these things. I said, like, oh my gosh, you need to freaking make sure you're framing things more responsibly here, right? Because that's where he gets to exploit it just by whatever his Christian ethicist algorithmic program as an NPC comes from. He obviously is trying to get some serious boomer money. Okay, thanks so much, guys. This has been awesome. I will see you tomorrow morning for Gods of the Morning Wood on Grey Pilled Podcast. I'll try and get that up and running on my end, too. To leave that up for like a few hours and then bring it back to private. All right. Catch you guys